Boring history for sleep, why you wouldn't survive the Oregon Trail and the mystery of Roanoke. Close your eyes. Not yet. Not until I've set the scene. Imagine a world before highways, before GPS, before the hum of an engine or the glow of a screen. Imagine a world where the horizon wasn't a thing you drove toward, it was a thing you walked toward, one agonizing step at a time for 6 months straight. Tonight we're going back. Not to castles and knights, not to kings and queens. Tonight we go to the dirt. The dust, the endless, unforgiving plains of 19th century America. And then when the trail has worn you down, we'll drift further back still to a place where an entire colony vanished into the trees, leaving behind nothing but a single word carved into wood. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, just breathe. Let's begin part 1. The Oregon Trail, why you wouldn't last a week. Forget what the video game taught you. The Oregon Trail wasn't an adventure. It wasn't a quaint pioneer story about brave families seeking a better life in the West. Well, it was that, but it was also a 2,000-mile funeral march through some of the most hostile terrain on Earth, and roughly 1 in 10 people who started the journey didn't finish it. The year is 1848. You are a farmer, not a wealthy one. You've spent every penny you have on a wooden wagon about 4 feet wide and 10 feet long, pulled by oxen that are stronger than you and considerably less complaining. Inside that wagon is everything you own. Your wife is pregnant. You have 3 children under the age of 10. And you are about to walk from Independence, Missouri to the Willamette Valley in Oregon. That's roughly 2,000 miles. You will not ride in the wagon. The wagon is for supplies. You will walk every day. From before sunrise to after sunset. For 6 months, your shoes are leather, not the kind you're thinking of. Rough, untreated, hand-stitched leather that will harden, crack, and fall apart somewhere around Wyoming. You brought a spare pair. You will need 4 more. The first few weeks are almost pleasant. The spring grass is green. The Kansas plains roll gently under a sky so wide it feels like it might swallow you. Families travel in groups, wagon trains of 20, 30, sometimes 50 vehicles, and there's a strange camaraderie that forms among people who share the same road and the same fear. But the fear hasn't arrived yet. It's still ahead. The first sign that something is wrong comes at the river crossings. There are dozens of them. The Kansas River, the Big Blue, the Platte, wide and shallow and deceptively calm. To cross, you must caulk your wagon, seal the cracks with tar and pitch, and float it across like a leaky boat. The oxen swim. The children hold on. The water is cold, even cold enough to cramp your legs and pull you under if you're not careful. And you are not always careful. People drown. Not dramatically, not heroically. Quietly. A woman slips on a wet stone. A child reaches too far. A wagon tips and the current takes it before anyone can react. The train stops. The body is recovered or innocent. A burial happens on the bank. A rough wooden cross. A name scratched into it. And then the train moves on because there is no time to grieve. There are always more rivers ahead. By the time you reach what they call the jumping-off point at Fort Laramie, in what is now Wyoming, you have been walking for a month. Your face is sunburned and peeling. Your hands are blistered. You have eaten nothing but bacon, flour, coffee, and dried beans for 30 days, and your body is beginning to notice the absence of everything else. Scurvy appears first. Your gums soften and bleed. Old wounds reopen. Your joints swell. You don't know the word vitamin C. Nobody does yet, so you treat it the way you treat everything, with whiskey and prayer. Then comes the dust. The Platte River Road, which the trail follows for hundreds of miles, is not a road. It is a wide, bare, sun-baked strip of earth that has been ground into fine powder by the wheels of every wagon that came before yours. And there have been thousands. The dust rises in clouds so thick you cannot see the oxen in front of you. It gets in your eyes, your nose, your mouth, your lungs. You cough. Everyone coughs. The children caught him most. Cholera comes next. Nobody knows what causes it. The miasma theory, the idea that disease travels through bad air, is still the best explanation anyone has. The real cause is the water, the latrine pits, the dead animals left rotting along the trail. Hundreds of immigrants before you have contaminated every water source within 50 miles of the road, and you are drinking from the same streams they died beside. Cholera kills fast. A healthy person at breakfast can be dead by dusk, first the cramping, then the vomiting, then the catastrophic diarrhea that drains the body of fluids faster than it can replace them. The skin turns gray, the eyes sink, the lips crack and blacken. Death comes not from the disease itself, but from dehydration. The body simply runs out of water. There is no treatment, no medicine, no doctor. There is only the trail and the distance ahead, and the knowledge that if you stop to bury your dead, you are burning daylight you cannot afford to lose. The graveyards along the trail tell the story better than any diary. Some are marked, most are not. The ground is too hard to dig deep, so the graves are shallow, and the wolves know it. Immigrants write about passing graves that have been opened, the remains scattered. They write about seeing human bones in the grass. They write about it the way you or I might write about traffic, with a dull, tired acceptance that this is just how the road works. And then you reach the mountains. The Rockies don't care about you. They don't care about your wagon, your oxen, your pregnant wife, your coughing children. They are stone and snow and altitude, and you must cross them before the first frost, because if the snow catches you in the passes, you will die there, and your bones will be found in the spring by the next train, and they will bury you and move on. The South Pass is the gentlest crossing, wide and relatively low, but gentle is a relative term. The air thins. The temperature drops. The Ixen, already half-starved from the dwindling grass, stumble and falter. Some give out entirely and must be shot. The wagon grows lighter as you discard everything that isn't essential: furniture, clothes, keepsakes. The piano your wife insisted on bringing, all of it left on the side off the mountain like offerings to a god that isn't listening. And then somehow you descend. The western slopes, the Columbia River, the final stretch. If you're lucky, you reach the Willamette Valley before October. If you are very lucky, your wife's pregnancy hasn't ended on the trail. If you are extraordinarily lucky, all 3 of your children are still alive. If you are like most immigrants, you have lost at least one thing: a child, a spouse, a limb, a piece of yourself that you left somewhere between Kansas and Wyoming and will never get back. Between 1840 and 1860, roughly 400,000 people made this journey. 20 to 30,000 of them died along the way. Their graves are unmarked. Their names are forgotten. The trail is now Atwell Lane Highway, and the place where they suffered and died is a wrist stop with a historical marker that nobody reads. But you don't need to think about that now. The trail is behind you. The mountains are behind you. The dust is behind you. You have arrived. The valley is green and wide and quiet, and for the first time in 6 months you can stop walking. Just breathe. We're going to rest here for a moment before we travel further back. Much further back. To a time before the trail, before the wagons, before the United States existed at all. To a colony that walked into the forest and never came back. Part 2. The mystery of Roanoke. The year is 1587. People, men, women, and children, have just arrived on Roanoke Island, a small strip of land off the coast of what is now North Carolina. They are English settlers, sent by Sir Walter Raleigh, established the first permanent English colony in the New World. Their governor is a man named John White. He is a painter by trade, a quiet, observant man who documents everything he sees in delicate watercolors. He has brought his daughter. Her name is Eleanor Dare. Anne is pregnant. 9 days after arriving, Eleanor gives birth to a daughter. They name her Virginia. She is the first English child born on American soil. The colony is not thriving. Supplies are low. The local Croatoan tribe is cautiously friendly, but relations with other native groups have turned hostile. A settler is killed while gathering crabs. The colonists beg White to return to England for help. He doesn't want to go. He is the governor. He is the grandfather of Ainoborn. But they need supplies, and he is the only one who can make the case to the backers in London, so he sails home. And then the war happens. Every available ship in England is commandeered for the fight against the Spanish Armada. White cannot find a vessel willing to sail to America. He waits. He pleads. He borrows money. He arranges passage on a privateer, but the privateer gets distracted trying to capture Spanish ships and never reaches Roanoke. He tries again. The ship is attacked. He tries again. It takes 3 years. 3 years before John White can return to the island where he left his daughter, his granddaughter, and 115 other people who are counting on him. When he finally arrives, it is August 1590. The evening is calm. The ship anchors off the shore and the crew sees smoke rising from the island, a signal fire perhaps, hope flares. White orders a boat to row him in. They land at dusk. He finds the settlement. It is empty, not destroyed, not burned, not abandoned in haste. The houses have been carefully dismantled. The defensive palisade has been taken down. The supplies are gone. Every person, every animal, every tool has been removed. There is no body, no blood, no sign of violence, no sign of struggle. Absence, carved into a post of the dismantled fort, is a single word, no other mark, no other message, no explanation. White had arranged a system with the colonists before he left. If they were forced to leave, they would carve the name of their destination into a tree or post. If they were leaving in distress, they would carve a cross above the name. There is no cross. Croatoan is the name of a nearby island, the home of the friendly tribe that had been their closest allies. It seems simple. They moved. They went to live with the Croatoan. Go there, find them. A storm rises that night. The ship's cables snap. The vessel is nearly driven aground. The captain refuses to stay. They must sail on or lose the ship and everyone on it. John White never reaches Croatoan. He never sees his daughter again. He never sees his granddaughter again. He returns to England and dies in obscurity, carrying the word Croatoan like a wound that never closes. And the Roanoke colonists, all 117 of them, including Virginia Dare, the first English child born in America, are never seen again. No trace, no remains, no record. Over the centuries, theories accumulate like sediment. They were killed by hostile tribes. But there were no bodies, no signs of attack. The settlement was dismantled, not destroyed. They assimilated into native communities. Later reports from other tribes mentioned Englishmen living among them, people with gray eyes and fair hair, dressed in Indian clothing, who could talk in a book, read. But no definitive proof, no artifacts, no descendants who could be verified. They were lost at sea trying to sail home on their own. Possible, but no wreckage was ever found. They were taken by the Spanish. The Spanish did raid settlements in the New World, but there is no record of them encountering Roanoke. The word Croatoan itself has become a kind of ghost. It appears in folklore, in fiction, in conspiracy theories. Some say it's a curse. Some say it's a warning. Some say it's just a place name carved into wood by people who wanted to be found. And the tragedy is not that they vanished, but that no one came looking in the right place. The truth, if there is one, is buried somewhere under 400 years of silence. The forest grew back over the settlement. The palisade post-rotted into the soil. The island is now a park with a reconstructed fort and a visitor's center, and somewhere beneath the parking lot, perhaps, are the last traces of 117 people who walked into Thetries and were swallowed by the New World. Their story is not exciting. There is no battle, no hero, no villain. There is only absence, a gap in the record, a question with no answer. And perhaps that is the most unsettling kind of history. There is not the kind that tells you what happened, but the kind that reminds you that some things simply vanish, and the world keeps turning, and the silences never broken. A brief note on the Mary Celeste before we let you drift off. One more mystery. A shorter one. A quieter one. The year is 1872. An American merchant ship, the Mary Celeste, is found floating in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Portugal. She is in good condition. The sails are partly set. The cargo is untouched, a full load of industrial alcohol bound for Genoa. There is food in the galley, there is water. There are no signs of fire, no signs of mutiny, no signs of piracy. The lifeboat is missing. The captain, his wife, their 2-year-old daughter, and the entire crew of 7 are gone. Vanished. The last entry in the ship's log is completely ordinary, nothing unusual, no storm, no distress. The chronometer and navigation instruments are missing, which suggests someone left the ship intentionally in the lifeboat in a hurry. But why? A ship in perfect condition, a calm sea, an experienced crew, and 10 people who looked at the ocean and decided they would rather take a small boat into the open Atlantic than stay on a seaworthy vessel. Theories have multiplied for 150 years. A freak wave. A methane gas eruption from the seafloor that made the crew believe the ship was about to explode. A mutiny. A pirate attack that was somehow cleaned up afterward. An insurance scam. A sea monster if you're inclined that way. No theory has ever been proven. The Mary Celeste was eventually sailed to port, sold, and put back in tow service. She sank a few years later deliberately in an attempted insurance fraud. The sea, it seems, is patient with its secrets. 10 people walked off a ship in the middle of the ocean and were never found. The ship they left behind floated on as if it didn't need them, as if it had never needed them. And the ocean kept their story the way it keeps everything, in silence and depth, in the slow dark where no one goes looking. Closing history is full of people who set out for something better and never arrived. The Oregon Trail, Roanoke, the Mary Celeste, 3 different centuries, 3 different kinds of vanishing. Some vanished into the dirt, some vanished into the trees, some vanished into the water. The world they left behind kept going. The trail became a highway. The colony became a legend. The ship became a ghost story told to children and sailors and people who can't sleep. And now it's your turn to vanish for a while. Not into the dirt or thetres or the water. Into sleep. Into the quiet dark where the trail and sand the questions stop and the silence is not unsettling but restful. The pioneers are done walking. The colonists are done waiting. The ship is still and the ocean is calm, and the word on the post, Croatone, means nothing now except that someone somewhere once wanted to be found. You don't need to be found tonight. You just need to rest. Good night. Boring history for sleep, why you wouldn't survive medieval London and the dark winter of Jamestown Part 1. The city that never smelled clean. Close your eyes. Not quite yet. First, imagine a city without electricity. No traffic lights. No engines. No glowing windows after sunset. No refrigerators humming in quiet kitchens. No clean water flowing from a tap. Only thousands of wooden houses standing shoulder to shoulder beneath a sky filled with smoke from countless fireplaces. The streets are narrow. The buildings lean toward one another so closely that neighbors could almost shake hands through their upstairs windows. Some of the roads are paved with uneven stones. Most are simply mud. When it rains, and it rains often, the streets become thick rivers of brown earth mixed with horse manure, kitchen waste, ash, and whatever people throw outside. Welcome to London. Not the London of double-decker buses and the famous clock tower. This is medieval London. The year is around 1350, and if you had been born here, there's a very good chance you would never live long enough to grow old. Take a slow breath. Nothing is rushing tonight. Our journey moves at walking pace, just like the people who lived here centuries ago. A morning begins long before sunrise. Church bells echo through the darkness. They do not ring because someone is late. They ring because bells are the heartbeat of the city. They announce prayers. They announce work. They announce weddings. Sometimes they announce fires. Sometimes they announce death. You wake not because you want to, you wake because everyone else does. Your bed is little more than a straw mattress stuffed into a rough wooden frame. It crackles every time you move. The blanket is heavy wool, warm enough during winter, unbearably itchy during summer. The room is cold, very cold. Glass windows are expensive. Most families cannot afford them. Instead, thin cloth or wooden shutters keep out the wind as best they can. Outside, someone is already shouting. A cart rolls across uneven stones. A rooster crows somewhere beyond the city wall. Another church bell begins ringing. The day has started, whether you are ready or not. You dress quickly, not because fashion matters, because warmth does. Your shirt is made from coarse linen. Your outer clothing is thick wool. Nothing matches. Nobody cares. Every piece has been repaired again and again. Small patches cover old tears. Clothing is valuable. You do not throw it away. You wear it until it can no longer be stitched together. Shoes are precious too. A good pair might last several years if treated carefully. Many people own only one pair. Children often go barefoot, especially during warmer months. You step outside. The smell arrives before anything else. History books rarely mention it. Movies almost never show it. But everyone who visited medieval London wrote about the smell. Thousands of animals lived inside the city. Horses, dogs, pigs, chickens, goats. Their waste covered the streets. Fish markets filled entire neighborhoods with the scent of salt and decay. Leather workshops soaked animal hides in foul-smelling mixtures. Open drains carried dirty water slowly toward the River Thames. The river itself was both the city's greatest treasure and its largest sewer. People drank from it, washed clothes in it, dumped waste into it. Everything flowed together. Nobody fully understood why sickness spread so quickly. Many believed bad smells caused disease. Others blamed God's anger. Very few imagined tiny invisible organisms living inside dirty water. That discovery was still centuries away. So people continued drinking, continued washing, continued becoming sick without knowing why. You walk toward the marketplace. The city is already alive. Blacksmiths strike glowing iron with heavy hammers. The ringing echoes between wooden buildings. Bakers remove fresh loaves from brick ovens. Warm bread briefly overpowers the smell of smoke. Merchants shout prices. Children chase chickens through muddy streets. Dogs bark. Cats disappear beneath carts. A monk walks quietly through the crowd. Nobody seems surprised. Religion surrounds every moment of daily life. Nearly every person believes heaven and hell are as real as sunrise. Life is uncertain. Faith offers certainty, even if answers remain out of reach. Breakfast is simple, perhaps yesterday's bread, a little cheese, maybe onion. If you're fortunate, a bowl of thick porridge. Meat is expensive. Fresh fruit appears only during certain seasons. Most ordinary people eat whatever fills the stomach rather than whatever tastes exciting. Coffee does not exist here. Tea is unknown. Instead, many people drink weak ale, even children, not because everyone wants alcohol, because fermented drinks are often safer than contaminated water. It sounds strange today. It made practical sense then. The city walls surround London like protective arms. Inside them, every available space is occupied. Houses rise higher each generation. Wooden upper floors extend farther over the streets below. Sometimes neighbors joke that eventually rooftops will touch. Fire is everyone's greatest fear. One candle knocked over, one cooking accident, one careless spark. Entire neighborhoods could disappear overnight. Buckets hang outside homes, not because they decorate the street, because if flames appear, every second matters. There are no fire engines, only frightened neighbors carrying water. Sometimes that isn't enough. Sometimes entire blocks vanish before sunrise. As the morning grows brighter, craftsmen begin their work. Carpenters shape oak beams. Stone masons repair churches. Tailors sew clothing by hand. Every profession belongs to a guild. Guilds protect quality, control prices, train apprentices, and guard their secrets carefully. Becoming a master craftsman can take decades. Nothing happens quickly. Patience is part of survival. You notice something unusual. Nobody smiles very often. Not because life lacks happiness, because survival demands concentration. Every coin matters. Every harvest matters. Every winter matters. One poor season can change everything. A single illness can destroy an entire family. People laugh, they celebrate, they marry. But beneath every joyful moment exists quiet uncertainty. Tomorrow is never guaranteed. The great cathedral towers above the city. Its bells continue ringing across rooftops. For many Londoners, the church is more than a place of worship. It is school, hospital, meeting place, courtroom, community center, history book, hope, fear, and comfort, all inside one building. Candles flicker beneath painted windows, voices echo softly through stone halls. Outside, life feels noisy. Inside, time itself seems slower, almost peaceful, almost. You continue walking, the city stretches ahead, thousands upon thousands of ordinary lives. Most names have disappeared forever. Kings fill history books, generals receive statues, but cities are built by bakers. Carpenters, mothers, children, laborers, fishermen. People whose names survive nowhere except the quiet places history forgot. Tonight, we remember them slowly. One gentle step at a time, and our journey through medieval London has only just begun. Part 2, a day's work never truly ended. Take another slow breath. The morning has fully arrived now. The church bells have faded into the background, replaced by the endless rhythm of everyday life. If you lived in medieval London, the hardest part of your day would not be surviving a great battle. It would simply be making it to sunset. There were no weekends, no paid holidays, no alarm clocks to silence with the press of a button. The sun decided when work began. Darkness decided when it ended. And between those two moments lay hours of constant labor. Imagine that you are 16 years old, not a child anymore, not quite an adult. By now you have likely been working for years. School, as we know it today, is a luxury. Most boys learn a trade. Most girls learn how to manage a household, prepare food, mend clothing, and care for younger children. Every pair of hands has value. Even the smallest child is expected to help. Collect firewood, carry water, watch the chickens, sweep the floor. Nothing is wasted, not even time. If you are fortunate, you are an apprentice, perhaps a blacksmith, perhaps a cooper who makes wooden barrels, perhaps a baker. Your master teaches you everything, not out of kindness alone. One day your skill will strengthen the guild, but apprenticeships demand patience. 7 years is common, sometimes longer. You clean the workshop. Carry heavy tools, fetch supplies. Only after proving yourself are you trusted with real work. Knowledge is earned slowly, never rushed. The marketplace grows louder as the hours pass. Vendors call to passing customers. Fresh fish arrive from the River Thames before the afternoon sun warms them too much. Butchers display cuts of pork, beef, and mutton. Women bargain over eggs. Children weave through the crowd with baskets almost too large for them to carry. A traveling musician begins playing a simple tune. For a few moments the market smiles. Then everyone returns to work. Because food must still be sold. Bread must still be baked, shoes must still be repaired. Life allows very few long pauses. Money exists, but many people own very little of it. A single silver penny must stretch as far as possible. Nothing is bought carelessly. Nothing is thrown away without reason. Broken pots are repaired. Old clothing becomes patches. Animal bones become tools. Wood scraps become firewood. Every object has another purpose waiting to be discovered. Waste is a luxury very few families can afford. Now look upward. Above the busy streets, colorful signs hang outside workshops. Most people cannot read, so businesses advertise with pictures instead of words. A boot means a shoemaker. A loaf means a baker. A key means a locksmith. A golden cup marks an inn. Even visitors understand without reading a single letter. Simple, practical, effective. The sounds of London never truly stop. Hammers strike iron. Saw blades scrape through oak. Church bells ring again. Oxen pull heavy carts through crowded streets. Merchants argue. Dogs bark. Bobbies cry. Somewhere nearby, someone laughs loudly enough that strangers begin smiling too. It is noisy, endlessly noisy. Yet after years of living here, you hardly notice. The city becomes its own heartbeat, constant, familiar, almost comforting. Food is never guaranteed. Harvests depend on weather. Bad weather means smaller harvests. Smaller harvests mean higher prices. Higher prices mean hunger. A long winter can empty food stores before spring arrives. Families learn to prepare for difficult seasons. Salt preserves meat. Smoke dries fish. Grain is stored carefully. Every loaf matters. Every handful of flour counts. Water remains a daily challenge. You may collect it from a public fountain or from the Thames or from a nearby well. None are perfectly clean. Many people boil water when they can. Others simply trust that today will not be the day sickness finds them. Sometimes they are right, sometimes they are not. History often depends upon invisible things. As afternoon sunlight falls across wooden rooftops, the city's narrow streets become even busier. Travel is slow. There are no bicycles, no trains, no buses. Everything moves at walking speed. Heavy goods arrive by horse, cart, or riverboat. Distance feels larger in a world where every mile must be earned one careful step at a time. Then suddenly, the bells ring differently, not for prayer, not for work fire. People freeze for only a heartbeat. Then they run. Buckets appear almost instantly. Neighbors form long lines toward the nearest water source. Children carry smaller buckets. Adults climb rooftops. Smoke rises above nearby buildings. Everyone knows the danger. One burning house can become 20 before sunset. Fortunately, today's fire is stopped quickly. The crowd exhales together. Tomorrow may not be so lucky. Evening slowly approaches. Shadows stretch across the streets. The marketplace begins to empty. Merchants cover their goods. Animals are led home. Doors close one by one. Candles flicker inside tiny windows. Darkness arrives much faster without electric lights. Night belongs to silence. And sometimes, a fear. Because tomorrow, as we will discover, medieval London becomes an entirely different city after sunset. The streets grow darker, the gates close, the watchmen begin their patrols. And for anyone still wandering outside, the night holds dangers the daylight keeps hidden. But that story can wait until we continue our quiet walk together. For now, simply breathe and let the bells fade into the distance. The great cathedral still rises above the sleeping city. Its tower is almost invisible against the night sky. Only a few lanterns burn near its entrance. The bells no longer mark the hours as often. Instead, silence slowly settles across the rooftops. A silence broken only by distant footsteps, the creaking of wooden signs, and the occasional bark of a dog somewhere beyond the city wall. If you are still outside after dark, you have a reason. Perhaps you are returning home after a long day's work. Perhaps you are carrying bread to a sick neighbor. Perhaps you work at an inn where travelers arrive long after sunset. But very few people wander simply for pleasure. Night belongs to uncertainty. Without streetlights, even familiar roads become confusing. A turn taken too early can lead into an unfamiliar alley. A wrong step into deep mud can ruin your only pair of shoes. And in some places, open drains remain almost invisible until it is too late. The city gates are closed for the night. Anyone arriving after sunset must wait outside until morning. It is a harsh rule, but one considered necessary. Closing the gates protects London from thieves, raiders, and unexpected visitors. Inside the walls, watchmen begin their nightly patrol. They carry lanterns that throw only a small circle of light, enough to see the road beneath their feet, not enough to chase every shadow away. As they walk, they call out the passing hours. Their voices echo through the sleeping streets. A reminder that someone at least is awake. Inside most homes, the evening is peaceful. Families gather around the fireplace. The day's final meal is simple, perhaps a thick vegetable stew, a piece of dark bread, a little cheese. If fortune has smiled upon the household, perhaps a small portion of salted meat. Nothing extravagant, just enough to quiet an empty stomach before sleep. Conversation is gentle. Parents speak about tomorrow's work. Children grow sleepy beside the fire. Someone quietly mends worn clothing by candlelight. Another sharpens tools for the morning ahead. Every task prepares the family for another day. Candles are expensive. Oil costs money. No one leaves a flame burning without reason. When the work is finished, the light is extinguished. Darkness fills the room almost instantly. The stars become brighter than anything on Earth. Without electric lights, the night sky is astonishing. Thousands upon thousands of stars stretch across the heavens. The Milky Way forms a pale river overhead. Many people believe every star has meaning. Some see signs from God. Others simply admire their beauty. No matter the reason, the sky offers comfort, a quiet reminder that even difficult days eventually end. Sleep, however, is rarely uninterrupted. The sounds of medieval London never disappear completely. A horse passes outside. Rain begins tapping against the roof. A baby cries next door. Somewhere nearby, church bells ring unexpectedly. Perhaps someone has died. Perhaps a fire has begun. Perhaps a traveler has arrived with urgent news. Life continues, even while most of the city sleeps. Winter nights are the hardest. The cold slips through wooden walls. Frost gathers around window shutters. Families sleep close together beneath heavy wool blankets. Sharing warmth is often the only defense against freezing temperatures. The fire is allowed to die slowly. There is not enough wood to keep it burning until dawn. So everyone hopes the blankets will be enough. Sometimes they are, sometimes they are not. As midnight approaches, London grows quieter still. Only the watchmen remain on the streets. Their lanterns drift through the darkness like tiny floating stars, one by one. The candles disappear. The fires fade into glowing embers. The city finally rests, but not for long. Before the first light touches the eastern sky, the bells will ring again. The bakers will light their ovens. The blacksmiths will prepare their forges. The market will fill with voices once more, and another ordinary day will begin exactly as the last one ended, because in medieval London, life never truly stopped. It simply paused until sunrise. Take one last slow breath. The city sleeps, and so perhaps should we. Part 3. When darkness fell over medieval London, take another slow, gentle breath. The last light of the afternoon is fading now. The warm colors of the sunset slowly disappear behind rows of timber-framed houses. Shadows stretch across the narrow streets. The marketplace that seemed so lively only an hour ago is growing quiet. One merchant closes his wooden stall. Another counts the day's few remaining coins. A baker sweeps flour from the floor before covering tomorrow's dough with a clean cloth. The smell of fresh bread slowly fades into the cool evening air. Without electricity, darkness arrives quickly. There is no glowing skyline, no streetlights, no headlights in the distance. As the sun slips below the horizon, London becomes a different world. The city does not sleep, but it certainly slows down. Most families hurry home before night fully arrives, not because they dislike walking in the dark, because walking in the dark can be dangerous. Candles are expensive, while lamps are not much cheaper. Every flame costs money. So many homes remain surprisingly dim after sunset. One small candle must light an entire room. Its gentle flame dances every time the wind slips through cracks in the wooden walls. Long shadows move across the ceiling. Children sometimes imagine monsters hiding there. Adults know the real dangers usually walk outside. The city gates are locked each evening. Anyone arriving too late may find themselves sleeping outside the walls until sunrise. For travelers, timing matters. Being caught beyond the gates means spending the night exposed to rain, cold, thieves, or wild animals. Inside the walls is not perfectly safe, but outside is often worse. Listen carefully. The city sounds different now. The hammering of blacksmiths has stopped. Market vendors no longer shout. Instead, you hear footsteps, a distant horse, the soft crackling of fireplaces. Church bells mark another passing hour. Somewhere nearby, a baby cries before quickly falling asleep again. The world grows quieter. Not silent, simply slower. A watchman begins his nightly patrol. He carries a lantern in one hand and a wooden staff in the other. Every hour he calls out the time and reminds people that all is well, or at least, he hopes it is. His lantern casts only a small circle of light. Beyond that circle, the streets disappear into darkness. Anyone standing just a few steps away could remain completely unseen. Crime has always existed. Medieval London is no exception. Most people are honest. But hunger can change a person. A hungry thief may steal bread. A desperate man may rob a traveler carrying a full purse. Violence is not common on every street. Yet everyone knows someone who has been robbed, so people avoid unnecessary journeys after dark. Inside your home, supper is simple, perhaps vegetable stew, perhaps thick barley porridge. If fortune has smiled upon your family, there may be salted pork or smoked fish. Nothing is extravagant. Every meal depends on what the season has provided. Fresh vegetables are welcomed. Fresh fruit is treasured. Nothing is wasted, not even stale bread. Yesterday's loaf becomes tomorrow's soup. Families gather around the fire. There is no television, no radio, no phone. Conversation becomes the evening's entertainment. Grandparents tell old stories. Parents speak about tomorrow's work. Children listen with wide eyes. Some stories are true. Some become larger with every telling. That is how legends survive. Not in books, but in voices passed from one generation to the next. Outside, rain begins to fall softly at first, then steadily. Water drips from wooden rooftops into muddy streets below. Within minutes, the roads become slippery once again. The smell of wet earth mixes with smoke from hundreds of fireplaces. It is strangely peaceful if you ignore the cold, if you ignore the damp, if you ignore how easily illness can spread in such conditions. Few people understand disease. Some blame bad air. Others blame fate. Many believe illness is simply part of God's plan. Doctors exist, but their knowledge is limited. Herbs may help, prayer offers comfort. Sometimes people recover, sometimes they do not. No one truly understands why. As the night grows deeper, the stars appear overhead. Without electric lights, the sky is astonishingly bright. Thousands of stars fill the heavens. The Milky Way stretches across the darkness like a river of silver dust. Most people have never traveled far from London. Yet every night they look upon the same sky scene by sailors, shepherds, kings, and farmers. Some things belong to everyone, even in the Middle Ages. Eventually, tiredness wins. Tomorrow's work will begin before sunrise. You place another small piece of wood onto the fire. Its warmth slowly fills the room. The candle burns lower. The conversations become quieter. One by one, family members drift towards sleep. Outside, the watchman continues his lonely walk through the sleeping city. Inside, the fire gently crackles for tonight. You are warm, you are safe. And morning, with all its challenges, can wait until the sun rises once again. Part 4. The morning bread and the constant hunger take another slow breath. Morning arrives quietly. Long before the first rays of sunlight reach the rooftops, someone is already awake. A baker. His day begins while the rest of London is still asleep. The oven has been warming since the middle of the night. Bundles of firewood disappear into the flames one after another until the stone walls glow with trapped heat. Soon, the first smell of fresh bread drifts through the silent streets. For many people, it is the most comforting scent in the entire city. Bread is more than food, it is survival. A wealthy merchant may enjoy roasted meats, imported spices, and fine wine. But ordinary Londoners depend on bread every single day. Missing one meal is unpleasant. Missing several can become dangerous. A failed harvest is not simply disappointing, it is frightening. Because when grain becomes scarce, nearly everything else follows. Prices rise, markets grow quieter, families begin eating smaller portions. Children complain of empty stomachs, parents pretend they are not hungry so their children can have another piece of bread. Different families eat different kinds of bread. The wealthy enjoy soft white loaves made from finely milled wheat. Poorer families eat darker bread made from barley, rye, or oats. These loaves are heavier, denser, less expensive. Sometimes tiny stones from the grinding process remain mixed into the flour. Over many years, they slowly wear down people's teeth. No one thinks much about it, it is simply another part of life. Now imagine walking through the market just after sunrise. The air is cool. Merchants are arranging their goods. A woman carefully stacks onions into neat rows. Another places fresh cabbages into wooden baskets. Nearby, a fisherman proudly displays his morning catch packed with damp river reeds to keep it cool. The fish must be sold quickly. Without refrigeration, tomorrow is already too late. Chickens wander freely between people's feet. Dogs wait patiently beneath the butcher's table. They know that eventually a scrap of meat or bone will fall to the ground. Nothing goes unnoticed by hungry animals. Or hungry people, waste is rare. Almost everything finds a use. Even stale bread becomes soup. Vegetable scraps feed pigs. Ash from fireplaces helps clean clothes. Old cloth becomes bandages. Life teaches efficiency because it has little patience for excess. Not everyone in London has enough to eat. There are widows with no steady income. Old laborers whose bodies can no longer perform heavy work. Children without parents. Monasteries and churches often distribute food to those in greatest need. Sometimes it is enough. Sometimes it is not. Compassion exists, but resources are limited. Even kindness has practical limits during difficult years. Markets also bring news. There are no newspapers, no radios, no telephones. Information travels from mouth to mouth. A merchant arriving from York tells stories of heavy rains in the north. A traveler from France speaks of ships arriving with expensive cloth. A priest shares news from the king's court. Some stories are true. Others grow a little more dramatic each time they are repeated. Rumors travel faster than wagons, and they rarely become smaller along the way. Children find ways to play despite their responsibilities. A stick becomes a sword. A smooth stone becomes a treasured toy. A simple wooden hoop rolled through the streets can entertain a child for hours. Expensive toys belong mostly to wealthy families. Imagination belongs to everyone, even during difficult times, especially during difficult times. By midday, the streets are crowded once again. The smell of fresh bread has slowly given way to the scent of cooking meat, wood smoke, horses, and damp earth. The city feels alive, busy, determined. Every person has somewhere to be, something to repair, something to sell, something to carry. Something to finish before sunset. Rest is earned, never expected. And yet, despite the endless work, despite the hunger that quietly follows many families, despite the cold winters and uncertain harvests, people still laugh. A father lifts his young daughter onto his shoulders. Friends exchange jokes while unloading barrels. An old woman smiles as she watches children chase one another across the square. History often remembers wars, kings, battles. But ordinary life is built from moments like these, small, quiet, almost invisible, and somehow, those moments matter the most. As the afternoon sun climbs higher over medieval London, our slow journey through the city continues. There is still much to discover, but for now, simply breathe and enjoy the comforting smell of warm bread drifting gently through the ancient streets. Part 5, The River That Gave Life, and Took It Away. Take another slow breath. As the afternoon gently unfolds, our quiet walk leads us toward the widest and busiest place in medieval London, the River Thames. Long before trains, long before highways, long before airplanes connected continents, this river was London's greatest road. Almost everything passed across its waters: food, timber, stone, cloth, wine, letters, travelers, dreams. Without the Thames, medieval London could never have become one of Europe's most important cities. And yet, the same river that kept the city alive also carried many of its greatest dangers. Stand for a moment on the wooden wharf, listen carefully. The gentle splash of water against old boats, the creaking of thick ropes tied to heavy wooden posts, the voices of sailors unloading barrels one by one. Seagulls circle overhead, crying loudly whenever scraps of fish are thrown into the water. The air smells of wet wood, river mud, salt, smoke, and fresh fish. It is not an unpleasant place. It is simply alive, busy from sunrise until sunset. Small boats weave between larger merchant ships. Some have traveled only a few miles, others have crossed the English Channel. A few have sailed from distant lands carrying expensive cargo that most Londoners will never see: fine silk, olive oil, rare spices, bright-colored fabrics. To ordinary workers unloading the ships, these treasures are simply another day's labor. They rarely have the money to buy what they carry. Crossing the river is not always easy. The famous London Bridge stretches across the Thames, but it is unlike the bridges we know today. It is crowded with shops, workshops, and even small homes built directly upon it. People live on the bridge, work on the bridge, pray on the bridge, trade on the bridge. From a distance, it almost looks like another street floating above the water. Walking across it takes patience. There is always someone selling something, someone carrying goods, someone leading a stubborn horse, someone stopping to gossip. Life never truly pauses. Below the bridge, the river flows steadily toward the sea. Its current appears calm, but appearances can be misleading. Many people cannot swim. If someone falls into the Thames, heavy clothing quickly becomes dangerous. Wool absorbs water, leather boots grow heavy. The current pulls harder than expected. Rescuing someone is not always possible. The river keeps many secrets. Watermen earn their living by rowing passengers across the Thames. Their small boats are quicker than fighting through the crowded bridge. From dawn until dusk, they ferry merchants, priests, craftsmen, and travelers from one bank to the other. Their arms grow strong from years of rowing against the current. Their knowledge of the river is remarkable. They know where the water is shallow, where hidden sandbanks wait beneath the surface, where the current changes after heavy rain. The river is their workplace, their livelihood, sometimes even their home. Children often gather along the riverbank. Some skip stones across the water. Others watch ships arriving from distant ports, wondering where they have been. For many young Londoners, these ships are the closest they will ever come to seeing the wider world. Most people spend their entire lives within a few miles of where they were born. Travel is slow, expensive, and often dangerous. The world feels much larger than it does today. But the Thames has another side. Every day, waste from homes, markets, and workshops finds its way into the river. Few people think twice about it. There are no modern sewer systems, no treatment plants. The river quietly accepts everything. At least for a while, people continue drawing water, continue washing clothes, continue fishing. They have little choice. The connection between dirty water and disease is still unknown. Centuries will pass before science explains what the eye cannot see. As evening approaches, sunlight dances across the gentle waves. The busy docks begin to quiet. Ships secure their ropes for the night. Fishermen repair torn nets beneath the fading light. A father teaches his young son how to tie a proper knot. Nearby, an old sailor smiles as he watches. Some skills cannot be learned from books, only from patient hands and many years of practice. The bells begin ringing once more across the city. Their familiar sound drifts over the water. The river reflects the golden colors of the setting sun for a brief moment. Everything feels peaceful, the noise softens, the wind grows gentler, even the birds seem quieter. It is easy to forget how difficult life can be, easy to believe tomorrow will be just as calm. History reminds us that it rarely is, but tonight, we need not worry about tomorrow. Tonight, we simply watch the Thames continue its slow journey to the sea, just as it has done for thousands of years, quietly, patiently, without ever stopping. Part 6, The Great Plague That Changed Everything. Take another slow breath. The evening is calm. The River Thames slips quietly through the city. Candles glow behind tiny windows. Families settle around their fireplaces for a brief moment. London feels safe, comfortable, almost timeless. But history has a habit of changing without warning. Sometimes change arrives with the sound of marching armies. Sometimes it arrives with a royal decree. And sometimes it arrives silently. So quietly that no one notices until it is far too late. The year is 1348. Merchant ships continue arriving from distant ports. Their sails catch the wind just as they always have. Their cargo holds are filled with wool, wine, spices, timber, and cloth. Nothing appears unusual. The sailors laugh. Dock workers unload barrels. Merchants argue over prices. The city carries on exactly as it did yesterday. No one realizes that some of these ships have brought something far more dangerous than expensive cargo, something no one can see, something no one understands. At first, only whispers spread through the streets. A strange sickness has appeared in southern England. Some villages have gone silent. Travelers tell unbelievable stories. Entire families becoming ill within days. Churchyards filling faster than ever before. Most Londoners dismiss the rumors. Cities are always full of rumors. Most disappear within a week. This one does not. Soon the illness reaches London itself. It begins quietly. One neighbor feels tired. Another develops a fever. Someone complains of terrible pain beneath their arms. Others notice dark swellings near the neck or groin. Within days, the sick grow weaker. Many never recover. No doctor understands why. No priest can explain why one family survives while another does not. Fear spreads faster than answers. The streets begin to change. Shops open later. Markets become smaller. Some merchants refuse to travel. Others leave the city entirely. Those who can afford to escape often do. But most people have nowhere else to go. Their homes, their work, their lives are here, so they stay and hope. Church bells ring more often now, not for weddings, not for celebrations, for funerals, again and again and again. The sound becomes so common that people stop counting. One funeral ends, another begins. The bells never seem to rest. Doctors do what they can. Their knowledge is limited. Some burn sweet herbs to drive away what they believe is poisoned air. Others recommend strange medicines. Some suggest prayer. Others recommend rest. A few simply admit they do not know, and perhaps that is the most honest answer of all. Ordinary people search for explanations. Some believe the stars have aligned in an unlucky way. Some think bad weather has angered heaven. Others believe the illness travels through unpleasant smells, without microscopes, without modern science. Invisible dangers remain impossible to understand. People fight an enemy they cannot even see. The marketplaces grow quieter with each passing week. Many stalls remain empty, workshops close, ships arrive less frequently. The city still breathes, but more slowly now, as though London itself has grown tired. Despite everything, acts of kindness continue. Neighbors bring food to families too weak to leave their homes. Monks care for the sick. Priests comfort the frightened. Parents continue reading stories to children before bedtime. Life refuses to disappear completely, even during its darkest moments. Hope survives in surprisingly ordinary ways. Months pass. Eventually, the sickness begins to fade, not because anyone discovers a cure, it simply loses its grip. The city slowly awakens once again. Markets reopen. Children return to the streets. Boats crowd the Thames. The familiar sounds of daily life return. But London is no longer the same city. Thousands of familiar faces are gone. Entire households have vanished. Many workshops stand empty. The silence left behind cannot be measured, only felt. Historians today estimate that the Black Death claimed an astonishing number of lives across Europe. No one living through it could imagine the scale. They simply woke each morning, hoped to stay healthy, worked if they were able, and prayed tomorrow would be kinder than yesterday. As darkness settles once more over medieval London, the bells ring gently across the rooftops, not as a warning tonight, simply as a reminder that time continues moving forward. Empires rise, cities change, generations come and go, yet somewhere beyond the rooftops, the stars remain exactly where they have always been, quiet, patient, unchanging, and beneath those same stars, our slow journey through history continues. Part 7, The People History Almost Forgot. Take another slow breath. The night has passed. A pale golden sunrise slowly spreads across the rooftops of medieval London. The city wakes once again. Church bells echo through the cool morning air. Smoke begins rising from hundreds of chimneys. The smell of fresh bread returns. The streets fill with familiar footsteps. Life moves forward, it always does. History often tells us about kings, queens, great battles, famous castles, victorious armies. But those people made up only a tiny part of medieval England. The overwhelming majority of people never wore a crown, never commanded an army, never had their names written into history books, yet without them, there would have been no London at all. Imagine an ordinary woman named Alice. No one remembers her surname, no painting of her survives, no statue was ever built in her honor. She rises before dawn every morning. She lights the fire, fetches water, grinds grain, mends clothing, prepares breakfast, looks after children, feeds the chickens, carries firewood, helps her husband with the family business. When the day finally ends, she is still working. Tomorrow will look almost exactly the same. History rarely thanks people like Alice, but cities are built by hands like hers. Now imagine Thomas, a carpenter. His hands are rough from years of shaping oak beams. He never becomes rich. He never meets the king. Yet nearly every house on his street stands because someone like Thomas carefully measured every piece of timber. He works slowly, carefully. Mistakes are expensive. A weak beam can bring down an entire home. His reward is simple, enough money to feed his family, a warm fire in winter, and the hope that his children may have an easier life than he did. Nearby lives Margaret. She has recently lost her husband to illness. Now she earns a living selling vegetables in the marketplace. Every morning she walks several miles carrying baskets that seem almost too heavy. She smiles at customers, negotiates prices, counts every penny. Some days she sells everything. Some days she returns home with food she could not sell. Tomorrow she will try again. Giving up is not an option. Then there is young William. He is only 9 years old, yet he already understands responsibility. He delivers messages across the city, carries bundles for merchants, runs errands for craftsmen. When he earns a few small coins, he proudly hands them to his mother. Childhood in medieval London is short. Responsibility arrives early, almost before childhood has a chance to end. There are fishermen who know every bend of the Thames, blacksmiths who can recognize good iron with a single glance, masons whose hands shape the stones of magnificent churches, midwives who help bring new life safely into the world, bell ringers whose careful timing marks every hour of every day. Each person performs a task that seems ordinary. Together, they create an extraordinary city. Many people never travel farther than 20 miles from where they were born. To them, London feels enormous. The countryside beyond the city walls seems distant and mysterious. Stories from Scotland sound almost unbelievable. News from Italy feels as though it comes from another world. Travel takes weeks, sometimes months. The world is vast and wonderfully unknown. Evenings remain precious. Families gather around the warmth of a small fire. Someone tells an old story, perhaps about King Arthur, perhaps about brave saints, perhaps about dragons hiding deep inside distant forests. Children listen with wide eyes. Adults smile quietly, not because they believe every tale, but because stories make difficult lives feel a little lighter. Outside, rain begins once again. It taps gently against wooden roofs. Water trickles into narrow streets. A dog curls beneath a covered doorway. The city grows quieter. The familiar sounds of work slowly disappear. Only the steady rain remains, and somewhere in the distance, Another church bell softly echoes across the sleeping rooftops. If you had lived here, you probably would not have changed history, you would not have become famous. No one would write books about your life centuries later. Your name would almost certainly be forgotten. Yet your life would still matter. You would have loved your family, worked hard, laughed with friends, worried about winter. Celebrated small victories, mourned great losses, just like people do today. History is not only the story of rulers, it is also the story of ordinary people quietly living ordinary days, and perhaps those are the stories most worth remembering. For now, the fire burns low. The rain continues falling. The city slowly drifts toward another peaceful night, and our gentle walk through medieval London continues with the sunrise of another day. Part 8, the long winter and the quiet hope of spring. Take another slow breath. The air feels different today, cooler, sharper. The warm days of summer have quietly slipped away. Leaves drift gently from the trees beyond London's walls. The mornings begin with a thin layer of frost covering rooftops. People walk a little faster now, not because they are late, because winter is coming, and everyone knows what that means. In medieval London, winter is more than a season. It is a test of preparation, a test of patience, a test of endurance. Families spend the final weeks of autumn gathering everything they will need to survive the cold months ahead. Firewood is stacked carefully beside the house. Barrels of grain are checked once again. Salted meat is hung from wooden beams. Dried peas, onions, and beans are stored in sacks. Every item has been counted. Every bundle has a purpose. There is little room for mistakes. The wealthy worry about comfort. The poor worry about survival. A noble family may complain that their great hall feels cold. A laborer's family worries whether they have enough wood to keep a single room warm until spring. The difference is enormous. Yet winter visits every home. No one escapes the cold entirely. The days grow shorter. Sunrise comes later. Sunset arrives earlier. Without electric lights, darkness stretches across much of the day. Work must still be done. But there are fewer hours to do it. Candles become even more valuable. Families burn them only when necessary. Most evenings are spent gathered around the fireplace. Its warmth is modest, its light gentle, its comfort priceless. Outside, the streets become quieter. Cold rain turns to sleet. Sometimes snow settles across rooftops. The familiar mud hardens beneath icy mornings. The River Thames carries a bitter wind through the city. People wrap thick wool cloaks tightly around themselves. Even then, the cold finds its way inside. It always does. Food begins to change. Fresh vegetables become scarce. Meals grow simpler. Stews become more common. A pot hangs above the fire for hours, slowly cooking whatever ingredients remain. A handful of barley, some onions, a few carrots. Perhaps a small piece of salted pork if the family is fortunate. The stew is shared carefully. Every bowl matters, nothing is left behind. Children still find reasons to smile. They chase one another through fresh snow. They leave tiny footprints across quiet courtyards. They laugh when their breath becomes little clouds in the cold air. Adults smile as they watch. For a moment, worries fade. Winter cannot steal every joyful moment. Not every family has enough. Some evenings, parents quietly eat less so their children may eat more. No one speaks about it. No one needs to. Love often appears in the smallest sacrifices. History rarely records such moments, yet they happen every day. The churches become especially important during winter. Their thick stone walls offer shelter. Candles glow warmly against ancient pillars. People gather not only to pray but to be together. Loneliness feels heavier during the cold months. Community becomes another kind of warmth. Snow falls again, softly this time. The rooftops become white. The city grows strangely quiet beneath its blanket of snow. Even the usual sounds seem distant. The blacksmith's hammer, the merchant's voice, the barking dogs. Everything feels softer, slower, almost dreamlike. As the longest nights arrive, people begin speaking about spring, not because it is near, because hope itself is necessary. They imagine green fields beyond the city, fresh bread baked from new grain, markets filled with colorful vegetables once again, children running beneath warm sunshine. Sometimes hope is as nourishing as food. Weeks pass. The snow begins to melt. Small streams of water trickle through the streets. Birds return one by one. The mornings grow brighter. The first tiny flowers appear beyond the city walls. Winter loosens its grip slowly, patiently, almost unnoticed. The people of medieval London breathe a quiet sigh of relief. They have endured another winter. Not everyone survived, but life continues. The baker lights his oven before dawn. The blacksmith raises his hammer. The market fills with voices once more. Another season begins. Another chapter of ordinary life unfolds. And as our gentle journey continues, we will soon leave the busy streets of London behind and travel across the sea toward a new and uncertain world, where another group of ordinary people will face challenges even greater than these. But that story will begin with the next sunrise. For now, simply rest and listen to the quiet sound of winter slowly giving way to spring. Part 9, Across the Ocean to an Unknown World. Take another slow breath. The winter has finally loosened its grip on medieval London. The streets are busy once more. The bakers' ovens glow before dawn. Merchants reopen their stalls. Children laugh as they chase one another through the marketplace. Life feels familiar again, comfortable, predictable. But beyond England's shores, a different story is beginning. One that will carry us far across the Atlantic Ocean, far from London's crowded streets, far from the ringing church bells, toward a land few Europeans have ever seen, a place filled with dense forests, wide rivers, endless marshes, and possibilities as uncertain as the sea itself. The year is 1606. England dreams of building a permanent colony in the New World. Merchants imagine valuable resources. Investors hope for profit. The king hopes England will strengthen its influence across the Atlantic for the men preparing to sail. The journey promises opportunity, but it also demands courage. No one truly knows what waits on the other side of the ocean. Maps remain incomplete. Many coastlines are still mysterious. The Atlantic itself is vast beyond imagination. 3 ships prepare for departure: the Susan Constant, the Godspeed, and the Discovery. Together they carry just over 100 settlers. Some are gentlemen, some are laborers, some are craftsmen. A few have experience surviving in harsh conditions. Many do not. Each person leaves something behind: a family, a familiar village, a favorite field, a quiet church. No one knows if they will ever see England again. The ships are small by modern standards, far smaller than most people imagine. The largest, the Susan Constant, measures only about 120 feet in length. Below deck, space is cramped. People sleep close together. Privacy barely exists. The air grows stale after only a few days at sea. Everything smells of damp wood, rope, salt water, and smoke. Fresh water must be carefully rationed. Every barrel matters. Days become weeks, weeks become months. The ocean stretches endlessly in every direction, nothing but water, sky, clouds, and wind. Sometimes the sea is peaceful. Gentle waves rock the ships like cradles. Other days, powerful storms arrive without warning. Massive waves crash against the wooden hulls. The ships groan and creak. Passengers cling to whatever they can hold. Many become terribly seasick. Meals are difficult to keep down. Sleep becomes nearly impossible. Food slowly changes. Fresh bread disappears first, then fruit, then vegetables. The settlers rely on salted meat, dried peas, hard biscuits, and oatmeal. The biscuits are so dry they must often be soaked before anyone can eat them. Sometimes tiny insects have already found their way inside. No one complains very much. There are few alternatives. Hunger has a way of lowering expectations. Time feels strange at sea. Every day looks much like the last. The same endless horizon, the same rolling waves, the same wooden deck beneath tired feet. Some passengers pass the hours by telling stories. Others quietly stare toward the western horizon, wondering, hopping, praying. What kind of life waits for them across the ocean? Will the land be rich? Will it be dangerous? Will they succeed? Or will history remember them only as another failed dream? At last, after more than 4 months at sea, someone calls out, "Land." Every eye turns toward the distant shoreline. At first, it is only a dark line where the sea meets the sky. Then trees become visible, tall, endless, untouched. The forests seem to stretch forever. The settlers have arrived in North America. Many fall to their knees in gratitude. Others simply stand in silence. Their journey across the Atlantic is over. A far more difficult journey is only just beginning. Within weeks, they choose a place beside a broad river to build their settlement. They call it Jamestown. The forest is quiet. Birds sing among towering trees. The river moves slowly past the shoreline. At first glance, it seems peaceful, almost welcoming, but appearances can be deceiving. The water is often unhealthy. The summers are hot and humid. Mosquitoes fill the marshes. Food is harder to find than anyone expected. And winter is still many months away. No one realizes it yet. But the cold season waiting ahead will become one of the darkest chapters in early American history, for now. The settlers begin cutting trees, building shelters, digging wells, dreaming of a prosperous future. As the sun slowly sets over the unfamiliar landscape, they believe the hardest part of the journey is behind them. History knows otherwise, and so, our quiet journey continues toward the long, difficult winter of Jamestown. Part 10, Jamestown's first difficult days. Take another slow breath. The ocean is behind you now. England feels impossibly far away. The ships rest quietly along the riverbank. Tall trees surround the new settlement on every side. The wilderness stretches farther than anyone can see. For the settlers of Jamestown, everything feels unfamiliar. The birds sound different. The summers feel hotter. The forests seem endless. Even the stars overhead appear slightly changed. They have arrived in a new world. But arriving and surviving are not the same thing. The first weeks are filled with activity. Every hand is needed. Trees must be cut. Wood must be carried. Walls must be built. Shelters must be constructed before bad weather arrives. The settlers work from sunrise until sunset. Axes echo through the forest. Hammers strike wood. Sawdust fills the air. Slowly, a small fort begins to take shape beside the river. It is not impressive, but it offers protection. And protection is valuable. Unfortunately, the settlement's location is far from perfect. The river appears convenient, yet the water often becomes brackish and unhealthy. During warmer months, stagnant water creates ideal conditions for disease. Mosquitoes thrive in the nearby marshes. The settlers do not know it yet, but sickness is already waiting. Many of the colonists arrive with unrealistic expectations. Some imagine finding gold, others expect wealth to appear quickly. A number of the settlers are gentlemen unused to physical labor. They know how to manage estates. They know courtly manners. Chopping trees and building shelters require different skills entirely. The wilderness does not care about social status. Everyone must work. Everyone must contribute. Nature offers no special treatment. Food quickly becomes a concern. At first, supplies brought from England seem sufficient. Barrels of grain, salted meat, dried foods. But supplies disappear faster than expected. Hard labor increases hunger. The hot climate spoils certain foods. Careful planning becomes essential. Every meal matters. The local Native American tribes already understand the land. They know where to hunt, where to fish, which plants are safe to eat, which areas flood during heavy rain. The English settlers possess little of this knowledge. They are strangers in an unfamiliar environment, without help. Survival becomes much more difficult. The forests appear rich with resources. Deer move quietly among the trees. Fish swim through nearby rivers. Wild plants grow in abundance. Yet knowing these resources exist and successfully using them are very different things. An inexperienced hunter may return empty-handed. A fisherman may spend hours with little success. Nature rewards skill, and skill takes time to develop. Summer arrives with relentless heat. The air feels heavy. Sweat soaks clothing. Mosquitoes gather in clouds. Many settlers become sick. Fevers spread. Weakness follows. Some recover. Others do not. Doctors try their best, but medical knowledge remains limited. The colony begins losing people slowly at first, then more frequently. Despite the hardships, hope remains alive. Each completed building feels like progress. Each successful fishing trip feels like a victory. Each sunrise offers another chance. The settlers continue working, continue building, continue believing. The future still seems bright, at least for now. As autumn approaches, the weather finally becomes cooler. The oppressive heat begins to fade. The forests transform into beautiful shades of gold, orange, and red. For a brief moment, Jamestown appears almost peaceful. The river reflects the colors of the season. Birds migrate overhead. The air feels crisp and refreshing. Many settlers feel relieved. Surely the worst is behind them. Surely things will improve. But winter is approaching. And unlike the forests of England, this unfamiliar land offers few guarantees. Food supplies remain lower than they should be. Many settlers are already weakened by illness. Relationships with nearby tribes grow increasingly uncertain. The colony stands vulnerable, fragile, unprepared. They simply do not realize it yet. The sun slowly sets over the settlement. Smoke rises from small cooking fires. The river grows quiet. The forest darkens. Somewhere beyond the trees, unseen challenges are already gathering. The hardest chapter of Jamestown's story is still ahead. And as we continue our slow journey through history, the long winter draws ever closer. Part 11, The Starving Time, begins. Take another slow breath. Autumn quietly slips away. The bright colors of the forests begin to fade. Golden leaves drift gently to the ground. The mornings become colder. A thin layer of frost appears along the riverbank before sunrise. The settlers notice the change. Winter is coming. No one says much about it, but everyone is thinking the same thing. Will there be enough food? The answer slowly becomes clear. No, the colony had hoped to gather enough supplies before the cold arrived. But illness had stolen valuable time. Many workers had been too weak to hunt, too weak to fish, too weak to harvest what little they had planted. The storehouses are smaller than anyone expected. Every barrel is opened with growing concern. Every sack of grain looks lighter than it did only weeks before. Meals become smaller. A bowl that once held thick stew now contains only thin broth. Bread is divided into smaller pieces. Salted meat is served less often. No one complains openly. Everyone understands if food disappears now, there will be nothing left before spring. The forests around Jamestown seem full of life. Tall oak trees stand silent beneath gray skis. Deer still move through the woods. Wild turkeys scratch beneath fallen leaves. Fish still swim beneath the river's surface. But finding them is becoming harder. Cold weather changes everything. Animals grow cautious. Storms keep hunters close to the settlement. The river becomes unpredictable. Nature offers food, but never promises it. Each morning begins the same way. The settlers gather around small fires. Their breath forms pale clouds in the freezing air. Someone quietly counts the remaining supplies. Another sharpens hunting knives already worn from months of use. No one speaks about fear. There is little need. It can already be seen in tired eyes. Captain John Smith had once insisted on a simple rule. He who does not work shall not eat. Rule sounded harsh, but survival demanded discipline. Every able person needed to contribute. Some chopped firewood, others repaired roofs before snow arrived. Some searched for fresh water, others hunted or fished. Every task mattered, every pair of hands mattered. Unfortunately, John Smith is no longer there. After suffering a serious injury, he had returned to England. Without his leadership, disagreements begin to grow inside the colony. Some leaders argue over priorities. Others struggle to organize the remaining settlers. Valuable time is lost, and winter continues drawing closer. History often turns on moments that seem small at the time. The loss of one experienced leader can change the fate of hundreds. The nights grow longer. The fires burn lower. Families gather inside rough wooden shelters built only months before. The walls keep out some of the wind, not all of it. Cold air slips through tiny cracks. Blankets are shared. Children sleep close to their parents for warmth outside. The forest stands perfectly still, almost as if it is watching. Then comes the first snowfall. Soft flakes drift silently from a pale gray sky for a few brief moments. Everything looks beautiful. The roofs become white. The trees sparkle beneath fresh snow. The riverbank glows in the quiet morning light. Some settlers smile. The scene reminds them of home, England, family, childhood winters they once knew. But beauty cannot fill an empty stomach. As December settles over Jamestown, hunger becomes a constant companion. People think about food while they work. They dream about food while they sleep. The smell of fresh bread becomes a memory. The taste of roasted meat feels impossibly distant. Every meal ends with the same quiet wish. I hope there will be enough tomorrow. The colony has entered what history will later remember as the Starving Time, one of the darkest winters in early American history. Yet the people living through it do not know that future historians will give it a name to them. It is simply winter, simply another day, simply another sunrise they hope to survive. The wind whistles gently through the trees. The fire crackles softly inside the fort. Snow continues falling beyond the wooden walls. And somewhere beneath the quiet beauty of the frozen landscape, the greatest challenge is only beginning, for now. Rest. The night is calm, and our journey through history will continue with the first light of another cold morning. Part 12. Hunger becomes the colony's greatest enemy. Take another slow breath. Morning arrives without celebration. The sky is a pale shade of gray. A cold wind slips through the wooden walls of the fort. The fire that burned through the night has nearly gone out. Someone quietly adds another piece of firewood. Another person stirs the cooking pot. It does not take long. There is very little inside. The smell of breakfast no longer fills the settlement. Instead, there is only silence. The winter has settled over Jamestown completely. The river moves slowly beneath a thin layer of morning ice. The trees stand bare against the cloudy sky. Birdsong has almost disappeared. Even the forest seems quieter now. Nature is conserving its strength. The settlers must do the same. Food has become the center of every conversation, not because anyone enjoys talking about it, because everyone is thinking about it. How much grain remains? How many barrels are left unopened? Can another hunting party be sent into the forest? Will the river still provide fish? Every answer feels uncertain. The colony carefully measures every meal. Nothing is wasted. Crumbs of bread are collected. Soup is stretched with water. The smallest portion is divided again. Parents quietly pretend they have already eaten so their children can receive a little more. No one announces these sacrifices. They simply happen, again and again. Love often speaks without words. Some settlers leave the safety of the fort before sunrise. Wrapped in heavy wool cloaks, they disappear into the frozen woods. Their hope is simple. Perhaps today they will find a deer, perhaps a rabbit, perhaps wild roots hidden beneath the frozen ground. Hours later they return, sometimes carrying a little food, sometimes carrying nothing at all. The forest owes them nothing. Fishing becomes just as difficult. The cold changes the river. The fish are harder to find. Strong winter winds make small boats dangerous. Every successful catch feels like a gift. Every empty net deepens the colony's worries. Still, the fishermen return the next morning. Hope has become as necessary as food. Inside the fort, people continue repairing buildings. Winter storms loosen roof beams. Cold rain finds every tiny opening. A leaking roof can quickly turn a shelter into an unbearable place. Even while hungry, people continue working. If they stop preparing for tomorrow, tomorrow becomes even harder. The days feel shorter now. Clouds often hide the sun. Morning blends quietly into afternoon. Before long, darkness returns once again. Candles are used sparingly. Firewood is precious. Every log burned today cannot be burned tomorrow. Every decision carries weight. Illness spreads more easily among tired bodies. Those weakened by hunger struggle to recover from even minor sickness. A simple fever can become dangerous. A cough lingers longer. The settlement grows quieter with each passing week, not because people have fewer stories to tell, because speaking itself requires energy. Yet even during this difficult season, kindness survives. One woman quietly shares part of her meal with an elderly neighbor. A young man repairs another family's roof before fixing his own. Someone gathers extra firewood for a sick friend unable to leave bed. These acts receive no reward, no applause, no place in history books, but they matter. Sometimes they matter more than great victories. As evening settles over Jamestown, snow begins falling once again. Soft flakes drift through the silent air. The forest beyond the wooden walls disappears beneath a white blanket inside the settlement. Families gather close to the fire. The flames are small, but they offer warmth, comfort, and perhaps most importantly, a reminder that they are not facing the winter alone. Outside, the cold world waits patiently. Inside, hope still burns. Like the last glowing ember in a quiet fireplace, small, fragile, but not yet extinguished. And with that gentle glow lighting the darkness, our journey through the long winter of Jamestown continues. Part 13, Waiting for Spring. Take another slow breath. The longest nights of winter have arrived. The cold settles over Jamestown like a heavy blanket. Each morning begins with silence. The river is wrapped in mist. The trees stand bare against the pale sky. Even the birds seem to have disappeared. The world feels as though it is holding its breath. Inside the fort, the settlers wake slowly. Blankets are damp from the cold air. The fire has faded to glowing embers. Someone kneels to feed it another small piece of wood. A few sparks leap into the darkness. Soon, a gentle flame returns. It is not large, but it is enough to warm cold hands. Sometimes, a little warmth is all a person needs to begin another difficult day. No one speaks much during breakfast. There is little food. A small bowl of thin porridge, perhaps a few dried peas, maybe a tiny piece of salted meat if supplies allow. The meal is finished quickly, not because it is satisfying, because there is simply nothing more to eat. Still, everyone is grateful for what remains. Even the smallest meal is a blessing during winter. Outside, a group of settlers carefully opens the gate. The cold wind greets them immediately. Their breath forms white clouds in the morning air. They carry axes, fishing nets, simple hunting bows. No one knows what the day will bring. Perhaps they will return with enough food for everyone. Perhaps they will return with empty hands. Either way, they will return tired. The forest feels endless. Snow muffles every sound. Footprints left by deer disappear beneath fresh flakes before the day is over. A squirrel darts between bare branches. A fox slips quietly through the trees. Nature continues its own quiet rhythm, unaware of the worries carried by the people nearby. The settlers move slowly, careful not to waste energy. Every step matters, every decision matters. Back inside the fort, those who remain continue working. Clothing must be repaired. Firewood must be stacked where it will stay dry. Water must be carried despite the freezing temperatures. The strongest help the weakest. The youngest fetch what they can. The oldest share advice earned through long years of experience. Everyone contributes in some small way. Survival is no longer an individual task. It belongs to the entire community. As afternoon arrives, clouds slowly part. For the first time in many days, sunlight reaches the settlement. It is weak, gentle, but welcome. Children step outside to feel its warmth upon their faces for a few quiet moments. Laughter returns. It echoes softly between the wooden buildings. Adults pause from their work. Some smile, others simply close their eyes for a moment. Hope often arrives quietly, not with great celebrations, but with small reminders that winter cannot last forever. That evening, someone begins telling a story beside the fire. It is an old tale from England, a story remembered from childhood. The listeners already know how it ends, yet no one interrupts. The familiar words bring comfort. They remind everyone of home, of families left behind, of peaceful villages across the sea. Stories become another kind of shelter, a place where fear cannot easily enter. The stars appear one by one above the settlement. Without city lights, the night sky is breathtaking. Thousands of stars shimmer across the darkness. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a river of silver dust. The settlers cannot know it, but people in England are looking at the very same stars, separated by an ocean. United by the same sky, some things belong to everyone, no matter where they are. The fire slowly burns lower. The voices grow quieter. One by one, people settle beneath rough wool blankets. Tomorrow will demand more strength, more patience, more courage, but tonight, they have survived another day, and sometimes that is enough. Outside, the frozen forest stands peacefully beneath the stars. Inside, the last glowing embers gently illuminate tired faces. Spring still feels distant. Yet somewhere beyond the cold horizon, it is already making its slow journey toward Jamestown, and with that quiet promise, we continue our gentle walk through history, Part 14. When the ice finally began to melt, take another slow breath. Another winter morning arrives, but something feels different today. Not warmer, not yet just different. The wind has softened. The sharp bite of the cold no longer seems quite as fierce. Tiny drops of water fall from the edges of the wooden roofs. One after another, slowly, patiently, the ice is beginning to melt. For weeks, the settlers have measured time by survival alone. One meal, one sunrise, one more bundle of firewood, one more day. Now, for the first time in months, nature offers a small promise that winter will not last forever. It is a quiet promise, easy to miss, but everyone notices. The river begins to change. Its frozen edges crack softly beneath the afternoon sun. Small pieces of ice drift lazily downstream. The water moves more freely each day. The familiar sound of flowing water returns. It is a simple sound, yet after a long winter of silence it feels almost magical. Birds begin returning. At first only one or two. A crow lands upon the wooden palisade. A robin sings somewhere beyond the trees. The settlers stop what they are doing for just a moment. Some smile without realizing it. The forest is waking up. The days grow longer. Sunrise comes a little earlier. Sunset waits a little longer. The extra daylight feels like a gift. There is more time to repair damaged buildings, more time to search for food, more time simply to breathe without rushing. Light itself feels hopeful. Hunting slowly improves. Fresh animal tracks appear in the damp earth where snow had covered everything only days before. The hunters move carefully through the woods. They know patience matters. Nature rewards those who observe quietly. Sometimes they return with a rabbit, sometimes with a turkey. Occasionally they are fortunate enough to bring back a deer. Each successful hunt lifts the spirits of the entire settlement, not because it guarantees safety, because it reminds everyone that life is returning. Near the edge of the forest, tiny green shoots push through the dark soil, wild onions, young grasses, small signs of spring. They seem fragile, almost too delicate to survive, yet they have waited beneath the frozen ground all winter. Now they quietly announce that the hardest season is ending. Inside the fort, work begins with renewed energy. Broken fences are repaired. The roofs damaged by winter storms are carefully rebuilt. Gardens are prepared for planting. The earth is still cold, but it is no longer frozen solid. Hands that spent months gathering firewood now turn the soil instead. Every seed planted carries hope for the months ahead. The settlers remain cautious. Winter has taught them difficult lessons. They know supplies can disappear. They know sickness can arrive without warning. They know survival depends upon preparation. The memory of the long, hungry winter will stay with them forever. It changes the way they look at every full barrel, every harvest, every warm day. Nothing is taken for granted anymore. One quiet evening, the settlement gathers beside several small fires. The air is cool but comfortable. Children laugh again. Someone begins singing a familiar English folk song. Others quietly join in. The music drifts across the river and into the surrounding forest. For a little while, no one thinks about fear. No one thinks about hunger. There is only the gentle sound of voices carried by the evening breeze. As darkness slowly settles over Jamestown, the stars appear once more. They seem brighter somehow. Perhaps they always looked this way. Perhaps weary eyes simply notice beauty more deeply after hardship. The fires burn warmly. The river flows peacefully. Spring has finally arrived. Not all who entered the winter lived to see it. Those who remain will carry the memory of those difficult months for the rest of their lives. History will remember this season as the starving time. But the people living through it remember something else as well. The quiet courage of ordinary people, the kindness of neighbors, the determination to keep going, even when tomorrow seemed uncertain. And now, as another peaceful night settles over the new world, our journey through history continues, one gentle step at a time. Part 15. A colony learns to begin again. Take another slow breath. Spring has arrived. Not all at once, not with great fanfare, but quietly, almost shyly. The frozen earth has softened. Fresh green leaves cover branches that only weeks ago stood bare against the winter sky. The air carries the smell of damp soil instead of snow. For the first time in many months, the settlers wake to birdsong instead of silence. Jamestown still bears the marks of the long winter. Many homes need repair. The wooden walls have weathered months of wind and rain. The pathways between buildings are uneven. Some chimneys lean slightly to one side. Nothing is perfect. But perfection is no longer the goal. Survival is, and survival slowly is becoming life again. The settlers begin planting crops with renewed determination. Corn, peas, beans, pumpkins. Every seed is placed into the earth with care. No one wastes a single handful. The memory of empty storehouses remains fresh in every mind. They understand now that today's work will decide tomorrow's meals. Nature rewards patience, not haste. The mornings are busy. Axes echo through the forest once more. Carpenters replace damaged roofs. Blacksmiths repair worn tools. Women tend small gardens near their homes. Children gather sticks for cooking fires. The colony feels alive again, not because hardship has disappeared, but because hope has returned. The nearby rivers provide fresh fish. The forests slowly become richer with wildlife. Hunters no longer return empty-handed quite as often. Meals become a little larger, not lavish, simply enough. Enough to ease the constant ache of hunger. Enough to remind everyone what satisfaction feels like. Relationships with the native peoples remain complicated. Sometimes there is cautious trade. Sometimes there is deep mistrust. The land is shared by people with different languages, traditions, and goals. Misunderstandings are common, so are moments of cooperation. History is rarely simple. It is often a mixture of kindness and conflict existing side by side. As the weeks pass, flowers bloom across the landscape. Bright colors appear where snow once covered the ground. Butterflies drift lazily through open fields. The river reflects clear blue skies. Children begin playing outside again. Their laughter sounds unfamiliar at first, as though the colony had almost forgotten what joy sounded like. Soon it becomes part of everyday life once more. One evening, an elderly settler sits beside the river watching the sunset. He remembers England, the narrow streets, the stone churches, the sound of bells drifting through morning mist. He remembers friends who never crossed the ocean. He remembers those who survived the voyage but not the winter. For a long while he says nothing. The river says enough. It keeps flowing quietly, patiently, never looking back. That is perhaps history's greatest lesson. Life continues even after sorrow, even after loss. The seasons do not stop. Spring follows winter, summer follows spring. Generation after generation walks the same earth beneath the same sky. The people change. The world keeps turning. Years from now, travelers will visit Jamestown and hear stories of its first difficult winters. Some will find them hard to believe. Others will quietly imagine what it must have been like, to wake each day without certainty, to build a home where none existed before, to keep working when every task seemed impossible. The settlers themselves would probably shrug. To them it was simply life, difficult, uncertain, ordinary. The evening grows quieter. The last light of the sun slips below the trees. Frogs begin calling from the marshes. A cool breeze ripples across the river. The settlement settles into another peaceful night. Tomorrow there will be more work, more planting, more repairing, more hope. And as we gently continue our journey through history, a new mystery is already waiting beyond the horizon, one that has puzzled people for centuries. But that story can wait until our next quiet evening together. For now, simply close your eyes, listen to the gentle river, and let the peaceful sounds of the new world slowly carry you towards sleep. Part 16. The quiet lessons left behind. Take another slow breath. The evening has settled gently over Jamestown. The river reflects the last light of the setting sun. A thin layer of mist rises from the water. Somewhere in the distance, a lone owl calls from the forest. The day's work is finally over. Axes have fallen silent. Cooking fires burn low. The colony, once filled with the sound of hammers and hurried footsteps, now rests beneath a sky full of stars. If you had visited Jamestown several years after those first difficult winters, you might have been surprised. The settlement would still look small, still rough around the edges, still surrounded by endless forests. But something invisible had changed. The people themselves. Hardship has a quiet way of reshaping ordinary lives. The settlers no longer measured wealth by comfort alone. A full barrel of grain was wealth. A healthy child was wealth. A sturdy roof before winter arrived was wealth. The meaning of success had become much simpler, and perhaps much wiser. Every morning the colony woke with purpose. The baker prepared bread before sunrise. The carpenter inspected wooden walls weakened by rain. The blacksmith repaired farming tools worn smooth by months of work. Women tended gardens where herbs and vegetables now grew. Children carried water from the river, laughing as they tried not to spill a single drop. No task seemed too small. Every chore helped the colony survive another day. The settlers had also become better observers of nature. They watched the skies before planting crops. They noticed which birds arrived before spring. They learned where fish gathered during different seasons. They understood that the forest was not simply something to conquer, it was something to understand. Nature always had lessons to teach for those willing to listen. Evenings remained everyone's favorite time. Work finally paused. Families gathered around small fires. Simple meals were shared. Stories traveled from one voice to another. Some tales came from England. Stories of old castles, green hills, and quiet villages. Others were new. Stories born here in the New World. Stories of storms survived. Rivers crossed. Winters endured. Each year added another chapter. Each family added another memory. Children who had arrived as frightened passengers aboard wooden ships were growing older now. To them, this wilderness was beginning to feel like home. They climbed trees that their parents still viewed with caution. They recognized the calls of local birds. They knew the winding paths through nearby woods. The unfamiliar land was slowly becoming familiar. A new generation was taking root. The stars appeared unusually bright that night. Without great cities nearby, the heavens stretched endlessly overhead. The Milky Way shimmered across the darkness like a river of silver dust. Some settlers quietly wondered if their families back in England were looking at the same sky. The answer, of course, was yes. An entire ocean separated them, but the stars belonged to everyone. History often remembers the great events, battles, kings, treaties, victories, but the true story of Jamestown was written during ordinary evenings like this one. A mother mending a child's coat, a father sharpening a farming tool, neighbors sharing a loaf of bread, friends laughing beside a warm fire after a long day's work. These quiet moments rarely appear in history books. Yet they are the moments that truly build a community. Years passed. The colony slowly grew stronger. New ships crossed the Atlantic. New settlers arrived. Fresh hopes arrived with them. So did fresh challenges. Jamestown would continue to struggle. It would face disease, conflict, storms, and uncertainty. But it had survived its hardest beginning. That alone made everything else seem possible. As our gentle walk through early America comes to a peaceful close, the river continues flowing toward the sea. The forest whispers softly in the evening breeze. The stars remain exactly where they have always been. The people who lived here have long since faded into history. Their homes have disappeared. Their voices are silent, but their quiet courage still echoes across the centuries, and somewhere, hidden within that silence, their story continues now. Rest. The fire is warm. The night is calm. And another chapter of history is waiting just beyond tomorrow's sunrise. Part 17. The forgotten paths beyond the fort take another slow breath. The night slips away quietly. A soft golden light spreads across the eastern sky. Morning returns to Jamestown. The river is calm. Mist drifts lazily above the water, moving so gently that it almost seems to be floating in a dream. The first birds begin their morning songs. One voice is answered by another. Soon, the forest is awake. Inside the fort, the settlers begin another ordinary day. Like so many ordinary days throughout history, no one realizes it will become part of a much larger story. Beyond the wooden walls of Jamestown lies a world that still feels mysterious. Dense forests stretch for miles. Ancient oak, pine, and cypress trees stand quietly beneath the morning sun. Narrow paths wind between them, created not by wagons but by countless generations of native peoples who have walked these lands for centuries. To the English settlers, many of these trails seem hidden. To those who know the land, they are as familiar as the streets of a hometown. A small group leaves the fort shortly after sunrise, not soldiers preparing for battle, not explorers seeking glory. Simply ordinary people gathering firewood, checking fishing nets, and searching for useful plants. Their pace is slow. The forest rewards patience. A hurried traveler misses the quiet details, the fresh tracks left by a deer, the distant tapping of a woodpecker, the soft rustle of leaves as a squirrel disappears into the branches. Nature speaks constantly, but never loudly. The deeper they walk, the cooler the air becomes. Sunlight filters through the tall trees in long golden beams. Tiny wildflowers bloom beside fallen logs. Butterflies drift silently through the clearings. For a few peaceful moments, it is difficult to imagine this same wilderness once filled the settlers with fear. Familiarity has changed everything. The unknown has slowly become known. One of the settlers kneels beside a small stream. The water is remarkably clear. He watches tiny fish dart between smooth stones nearby. Fresh animal tracks press gently into the damp earth. These are the small observations that now shape daily life. The colony has learned an important lesson. Survival belongs to those who pay attention. Back at the fort, another morning unfolds. A blacksmith's hammer rings steadily through the cool air. Children carry buckets of water together, laughing whenever one splashes the other. A woman hangs freshly washed clothes on a simple rope stretched between two wooden posts. The breeze catches the fabric, making it dance gently beneath the bright blue sky. Simple scenes, ordinary moments. Yet these are the moments history often forgets. As midday approaches, the settlement grows warmer. The smell of baking bread drifts through the air once again. Not much bread, but enough. Enough to remind everyone how far they have come since the terrible winter. Enough to make gratitude feel natural. Sometimes the smallest comforts become the greatest treasures. In the afternoon, an elderly settler sits beneath the shade of a large oak tree. His hands rest quietly upon a walking stick he carved himself many years earlier. He watches younger settlers repairing fences and tending gardens. They work with confidence now, not because life has become easy, because experience has become their greatest teacher. Hardship has slowly turned uncertainty into wisdom. As evening returns, the forest glows with the soft light of the setting sun. Long shadows stretch across the grass. The river reflects shades of gold and crimson. A gentle breeze carries the scent of pine and fresh earth through the settlement. Someone begins humming an old English melody. Another quietly joins in. The song has crossed an ocean. Now it belongs to this new land as well. Above the colony, the first stars begin appearing one by one, exactly as they did over medieval London, exactly as they did over ancient Rome, exactly as they have for thousands of years. Empires rise, cities grow, colonies are founded, generations come and go. Yet the stars remain wonderfully unchanged, patient witnesses to every chapter of human history. Tonight, Jamestown rests peacefully. The fires burn low, the forest grows quiet. The river continues its endless journey toward the sea, and somewhere beyond the trees, another story is waiting. Another forgotten corner of history, another quiet journey through time, but that is for tomorrow. For now, simply breathe, and let the peaceful sounds of the new world gently carry you into sleep. Part 18. The slow rhythm of a new beginning. Take another slow breath. The first light of dawn slips quietly across the river. A gentle layer of mist still rests upon the water, drifting so slowly that it almost seems unwilling to leave. The settlement wakes one home at a time. A wooden door creaks open. Someone steps outside with a bucket. Another kneels beside yesterday's fire, carefully blowing on the glowing embers until small orange flames begin to dance once more. Morning has returned. And with it, another ordinary day. If there is one thing the people of Jamestown have learned, it is this: life is rarely transformed by a single great moment. More often, it changes through hundreds of small ones. One repaired roof, one successful harvest, one healthy child, one quiet evening without fear. History often celebrates dramatic victories, but real life is usually built from ordinary mornings like this one. The gardens outside the fort have begun to flourish. Young bean vines climb simple wooden poles. Pumpkin plants spread slowly across the rich soil. Corn rises steadily toward the summer sky. The settlers inspect every plant with careful attention. A few months ago, these gardens were only empty patches of earth. Now they represent something much greater than food. They represent confidence, the belief that tomorrow can be better than yesterday. Nearby, a group of children gathers smooth stones along the riverbank. They laugh as they compete to see whose stone skips the farthest across the calm water. 1, 2, 3, 4 small jumps before disappearing beneath the surface. For a few peaceful minutes, there is no talk of hardship, no memory of the long winter, only the simple happiness of childhood. The older settlers watch quietly. Many smile. They remember when those same children first arrived after the long voyage across the Atlantic, frightened, curious, exhausted. Now they run confidently through the settlement as though they have lived here forever. Time changes people gently, often without them noticing. The afternoon brings warm sunshine. Laundry dries beneath the clear blue sky. The blacksmith's hammer rings steadily through the fort. A carpenter carefully measures new beams for a storage building. Nearby, a woman teaches her daughter how to spin wool into thread. The lesson is unhurried, patient. There is no need to rush. Some knowledge deserves time. Beyond the settlement, the forest remains wonderfully alive. A deer pauses beside a quiet stream. Bright blue birds dart between tall pine trees. Dragonflies skim across the surface of small ponds. The wilderness no longer feels like an enemy. It has become a neighbor, still powerful, still unpredictable, but no longer completely unfamiliar. Respect has replaced fear. As evening approaches, the settlers gather for another shared meal. The table is simple: fresh bread, a pot of vegetable stew, a little smoked fish from the river. Nothing extravagant, everything appreciated. The conversations are gentle. Someone recalls a favorite memory from England. Another speaks hopefully about the coming harvest. Children interrupt with excited stories of the day's adventures. The adults laugh softly. The sound feels comforting. Home is beginning to exist here, not because the land has changed, because the people have. Darkness settles gradually across the colony. The stars return, one by one. Just as they have every night since long before Jamestown existed, a cool breeze moves through the trees. The river continues its endless journey toward the sea. The forest whispers quietly beyond the wooden walls. It is the same forest that once seemed so frightening. Tonight, it sounds almost peaceful. History often remembers Jamestown for its struggles, for hunger, for disease, for uncertainty. Those chapters deserve to be remembered. But so do evenings like this. Quiet evenings, ordinary evenings. Evenings when families simply sat together beneath the stars, grateful for another day. Sometimes survival itself is the greatest achievement. And sometimes, the quietest stories are the ones that stay with us the longest. So let the river keep flowing. Let the breeze carry the scent of pine through the night. Let the fire burn gently until only glowing embers remain. Tomorrow, our final chapter awaits. A gentle farewell to the people who crossed an ocean, endured unimaginable hardships, and quietly helped shape the future of a new land. For now, simply rest. The night is calm, and history is finally at peace. Part 19. The legacy left in silence. Take one final slow breath. The night is still. The river reflects a sky filled with countless stars. The fires inside the settlement have burned down to glowing embers. Most of Jamestown is asleep now. Only a single watchman walks slowly along the wooden palisade. His footsteps are soft, measured, unhurried. He pauses from time to time, looking beyond the walls into the dark forest. Nothing moves except the gentle branches stirred by the breeze. It is peaceful. Remarkably peaceful. Years have passed since the first ships crossed the Atlantic. The frightened newcomers who once stepped onto these unfamiliar shores have changed. Their clothes are more worn, their hands are rougher, their faces carry more lines. But their eyes hold something they did not possess before: experience. The land has taught them lessons that no book in England ever could. They have learned when the rivers rise, when the birds return, how quickly weather can change, how valuable a single seed can become. Some lessons were difficult, some were heartbreaking. All of them became part of who they were. Children born in the colony know no other home to them. England is a story told by parents and grandparents, a place of green fields, stone churches, and villages across a distant ocean. Their own memories belong here, to these forests, these rivers, these endless seas. History is quietly creating a new generation, one that belongs to two worlds at once. The seasons continue their endless cycle. Spring brings new leaves. Summer fills the gardens. Autumn paints the forests in gold and crimson. Winter reminds everyone to prepare wisely. The people no longer fear the changing seasons in quite the same way. They respect them. They understand them. Nature has become their greatest teacher. Many who survived the first terrible years never considered themselves heroes. They were simply fathers, mothers, farmers, carpenters, blacksmiths, children, people trying to build ordinary lives in an extraordinary place. History often calls them pioneers. They probably would have called themselves neighbors. As the settlement grows, new homes appear, new gardens, new workshops. The sound of hammers echoes once more through the warm afternoon air. Small boats move steadily along the river. Smoke rises peacefully from dozens of chimneys. Life has found its rhythm, not a perfect rhythm, but a steady one. And sometimes that is enough. Far away, across the Atlantic, England continues changing as well. Kings grow older. Children become rulers, cities expand, wars begin and end. Yet the people living in Jamestown know little of those distant events. Their world is smaller, closer. Tomorrow's weather matters more than tomorrow's politics. The next harvest matters more than the next royal ceremony. Daily life has a way of focusing the mind on what truly matters. As evening returns once more, families gather beside their fires. Someone quietly repairs a fishing net. Another carefully sharpens a farming tool. A grandmother tells a familiar story to children already fighting sleep. Outside, frogs sing beside the river. Fireflies drift slowly above the grass. The stars appear exactly as they always have. Nothing feels rushed. Nothing demands attention. The world simply exists, quietly, patiently. Centuries later, visitors will walk through the remains of Jamestown. They will see reconstructed buildings, ancient foundations, weathered artifacts resting safely behind museum glass. They will read signs explaining what happened here, but no display can fully capture the ordinary evenings, the smell of fresh bread, the laughter of children, the quiet conversations beside a warm fire. Those moments disappeared into time long ago, yet somehow, they still feel close, almost as though the wind itself remembers them. History is not only the story of great victories or terrible tragedies. It is also the story of ordinary people who woke each morning, did the work before them, cared for those they loved, and hoped tomorrow would be kinder than today. That hope crossed an ocean. It survived harsh winters, it survived hunger, it survived uncertainty, and because it survived, the story continued now. Only one final chapter remains, a gentle goodbye, a quiet reflection, and then rest. Part 20. Good night. Travelers of history, take one last slow, peaceful breath. Our long journey is coming to an end. The fire has almost burned itself out. Only a few glowing embers remain, softly lighting the quiet room. Outside, the night has settled gently over the forests of Virginia. The James River flows as patiently as it did more than 400 years ago. The stars shine above the trees, unchanged, unhurried, eternal. We have walked together through the narrow streets of medieval London. We listened to church bells echo across crowded rooftops. We watched bakers begin their work before sunrise. We stood beside the River Thames as merchant ships quietly drifted with the tide. We felt the bitter cold of winter. We witnessed ordinary families finding courage in ordinary days. And then, we crossed an ocean. We stepped onto unfamiliar shores beside the first settlers of Jamestown. We watched them build simple wooden homes. We shared their hopes. We quietly endured the long winter beside them. We celebrated the gentle return of spring. And together, we discovered that history is rarely made only by famous names. It is shaped every single day by ordinary people. Think for a moment about those whose names have disappeared. The carpenter who repaired a leaking roof before another storm arrived. The baker who rose while the stars were still shining. The child who carried water without being asked. The mother who quietly gave away part of her own meal so someone else would have enough. No statues honor them. No paintings remember their faces. Yet without people like them, history would never have moved forward. Sometimes the greatest acts of courage are the quietest ones. Time has a curious way of changing everything. The forests surrounding Jamestown have grown and changed many times. The wooden fort has long since disappeared. The voices of those early settlers have faded into silence. Medieval London no longer smells of wood smoke and horse-drawn carts. The streets are brighter, the buildings taller, the world faster. But beneath all those changes, people remain wonderfully familiar. Parents still worry about their children. Neighbors still help one another. Friends still gather to share stories. Hope still grows strongest during difficult seasons. Some things never truly change. History often feels distant because we measure it in centuries. But the people who lived it measured life differently. They counted harvests, birthdays, winters survived, friends remembered, simple evenings spent beside warm fires. Their world moved more slowly. Perhaps that is why they noticed so many small things. The sound of rain on a wooden roof, the smell of fresh bread drifting through cold morning air, the first bird returning after winter, the quiet comfort of familiar voices at the end of a long day. Those moments rarely appear in history books, yet they were the moments that mattered most. As you rest tonight, imagine one final peaceful scene. The settlement sleeps quietly beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The river glides silently toward the sea. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves of towering trees. Somewhere nearby, an owl calls once before falling silent again. The fire inside a small wooden home burns lower and lower. A child sleeps peacefully beneath a wool blanket. Parents rest after another day of honest work. The long winter has passed. The hardest days are behind them. Tomorrow will bring more work, more planting, more ordinary moments, and that is enough. The people we visited tonight never knew they would become part of history. They simply lived. One sunrise at a time, one meal at a time, one quiet act of kindness at a time. Perhaps that is the gentlest lesson history offers us. Great stories are often built from ordinary days. Now our own journey quietly comes to its end. The church bells of medieval London have faded into the distance. The forests of Jamestown have grown still. The river continues flowing through the darkness. The stars continue watching from above. Everything is peaceful. Everything is quiet. Everything is exactly where it should be, so there is nothing left to do now. Except close your eyes. Let the worries of today drift away like a small boat disappearing down a calm river. Leave the distant bells behind, leave the long roads, leave the cold winters, leave the endless forests. They will still be here tomorrow, tonight. The pioneers have finished their work. The fires have grown warm. The stars have taken their places above the world, and sleep is waiting, softly, patiently. As it has for every traveler throughout history. Good night, sleep well. And may your dreams be as calm as the quiet rivers that carried us through the past.